show begin. Blue-eyed Binks likes to steal the scene, curling up cozy on her latest creation. But Candace don't stop, she's on a roll, turning yarn, thread, and wool into works with soul. From swirls to flowers, stripes, and more, her rugs are a hit, fans cheer and roar. She's faster than ever, creative and bright, punching out masterpieces live. Oh, what a sight! Punch that rug, weave that dream. Candace is lightning quick as a beam. Even if Binks lays right in her way, she'll finish that rug by the end of K. Rug punch queen, threading with speed. With Candace around, you've got all you need. Punch, weave, laugh, and spin. Candace is here, let the show begin. Toy rodeo might peak, he's got a clue that Candace is faster than a racing crew. With a laugh and a wink, she punches on through, and that rug's done before you can say phew. Punch that rug, weave that thread. Candace is miles ahead. Even if Binks decides to play, she's still wrapping up rugs by the end of the day. Rug punch queen, create and go. Candace's style, bold and controlled. Punch, weave, latch, and spin. Create, but Candace always wins. Yeah, punch it, weave it, thread it right. Candace is crushing it every night. With Binks by her side, she's quick and clean. Toy rodeo is also a cool bean. She's got a needle in her hand and a spark in her eye, streaming her world where the threads fly high. Punching and weaving, making it right. Create, when with Candace is live tonight. She's got patterns bold, colors that sing, rug punching magic, doing her thing. Even when Binks takes a snooze on her mat, she's still punching fast, ain't got time for that cat. Punch that rug, weave that dream. Candace is lightning quick as a beam. Even if Binks lays right in her way, she'll finish that rug by the end, okay. Rug punch queen, threading with speed. With Candace around, you've got all you need. Punch, weave, latch, and grin. Candace is here, let the show begin. Blue-eyed Binks likes to steal the scene, curling up cozy on her latest creation. But Candace don't stop, she's on a roll, turning yarn, thread, and wool into works with soul. From swirls to flowers, stripes, and more, her rugs are a hit, fans cheer and roar. She's faster than ever, creative and bright, punching out masterpieces live. Oh, what a sight! Punch that rug, weave that dream. Candace is lightning quick as a beam. Even if Binks lays right in her way, she'll finish that rug by the end of K. Rug punch queen, threading with speed. With Candace around, you've got all you need. Punch, weave, laugh, and spin. Candace is here, let the show begin. Toy rodeo might peak, he's got a clue that Candace is faster than a racing crew. With a laugh and a wink, she punches on through, and that rug's done before you you can say, phew! Punch that rug, weave that thread. Candace is miles ahead. Even if Binks decides to play, she's still wrapping up rugs by the end of the day. Rug punch queen, create and go. Candace's style, bold and controlled. Punch, weave, latch and spin. Create the Candace always wins. Yeah, punch it, weave it, thread it right. Candace is crushing it every night. With Binks by her side, she's quick and clean. Toy rodeo is also a cool bean. Got a needle in her hand and a spark in her eye, streaming her world where the threads fly high. Punching and weaving, making it right. Create when with Candace is live tonight. She's got patterns bold, colors that sing, rug punching magic, doing her thing. Even when Binks takes a snooze on her mat, she's still punching fast, ain't got time for that cat. Punch that rug, weave that dream. Candace is lightning quick as a beam. Even if Binks lays right in her way, she'll finish that rug by the end, okay. Rug punch queen, threading with speed. With Candace around, you've got all you need. Candace is here, let the show begin. Blue-eyed Binks likes to steal the scene, curling a cozy on her latest creation. But Candace don't stop, she's on a roll, turning yarn, thread and wool into works with soul. From swirls to flowers, stripes and more, her rugs are a hit, fans cheer and roar. She's faster than ever, creative and bright, punching out masterpieces live, oh what a sight. Punch that rug, weave that dream. Candace is lightning quick as a beam. Even if Binks lays right in her way, she'll finish that rug by the end, okay. Rug punch queen, threading with speed. With Candace around, you've got all you need. Punch, weave, laugh and spin. Candace is here, let the show begin. Toy rodeo might peak, he's got a clue that Candace is faster than a racing crew. With a laugh and a wink, she punches on through, and that rug's done before you can say, phew! Punch that rug, weave that thread. Candace is miles ahead. Even if Binks decides to play, she's still wrapping up rugs by the end of the day. Rug punch queen, create and go. Candace's style, bold and controlled. Punch, weave, latch and spin. Create the Candace always wins. Yeah, punch it, weave it, thread it right. Candace is crushing it every night. With Binks by her side, she's quick and clean. Toy rodeo is also a cool bean.
Well, good morning, afternoon, evening, my lovelies. If you can see, the cat is after the birds because we filled the bird feeder. So there may be a lot of action over on that camera today. I just don't know, but he is scooting things all over the place. Alright, so let me get my music going. is very loud. So let me turn that down a little. There we go. And it is Monday. Happy Monday. All right. So I think that is where we are. All right. We have 3 people that, well, let's just look at it. Here, let's look at it. Hold on just one second. Let me switch. So we'll just give an update because tonight is the final. For March Madness. So let's just see if we can make this bigger. So here is where the points stand. So we have 3. Toy Rodeo, Crown Prophet, and Portia all voted for Florida. So if Florida wins, we'll have a winner. And what are you doing?
Your volume again.
What's wrong with my volume now? Do I sound like I'm in a can again?
No, I can't hear you at all.
And I'm next. Hang on.
Okay, why did that go back down?
We're gonna turn my volume back up. Yeah, I'd rather that be at 100 and I can control it from here. Oh, see, all it's doing is moving that thing. I just watched it because it was down here.
Yeah, that's
All
what
right.
I had yesterday.
Okay, so we'll
You
start.
should be in that yellow.
We'll start over. So March Madness, we have 3 people that voted for Florida, and Florida made it to the final game, which is tonight. Along with Houston, which is my son-in-law's team. So we have a playoff between my husband and my son, my bonus son, tonight. And so on my channel, we have Toy Rodeo, Crown Prophet, and practically Portia. All picked Florida. If Florida wins, Toy Rodeo cannot win, so he gets eliminated regardless. But then we will go by points. Who had the most points? If Florida loses, then we will still do the same thing. Whoever had the most points, not counting Toy Rodeo, will win the trophy. So that is how we're doing that. Since 3 people pick Florida, it will ultimately end up by points for the end of it. So that is where we will be at the end of tonight. So let's get back to our little cart. I'm just gonna breathe for a second. I put a little bit of this pumpkin color into my handle that I'm going to be using in the cart. And I think I like that, so I am going to cut out real quick a little bit of this here. And I'm keeping it high at the top like it had been painted and worn off by the handles. So I'm just and what are we doing, Toy Rodeo?
Pens.
What kind of pens?
Sharpies.
Okay, there's a box of them. Go down below the printer. There's a box of all black Sharpies.
Yes.
Those are brand new. They just got here 2 days ago. So just take 1 or 2 and Don't take all of them.
You want me to take the box and leave you one or two?
No, I don't.
Pretty sure that's what I heard.
I am pretty sure it is not what you heard.
Oh, I need to take these pins too.
What pins?
These pastel-y pins.
Which
I
ones?
need to take these pins too.
Get out of my
Look,
stash.
You want office supplies. What in the world?
I love office
You
supplies.
Office supply hoarder.
I
you.
am an office supply hoarder.
Oh my god.
I love them. I love office supplies. And you love them too because you come steal all my clips, and now you're stealing my pins,
They're fun to play with.
my rubber bands,
They're kind of like fidget alternatives.
fidget alternatives. All right. Okay, so I think I like that little bit of orange pop in there. It will tie in with the cart that we do. So I am going to leave that for now. Let's go ahead and finish doing our bottom handle. When I look at the picture, which I have lost again, y'all. How can my picture just disappear? I had it right here. Right here. Here's what happened. We cleaned my desk. I rearranged a couple of things, and now I can't find stuff. Okay. So... that is grass right here. That's what I wanted to see. And I do not have my colored markers. And he better not have stolen my colored markers. You know what? Let me check that. Let me check that. He just made an absolute mess out of stuff. Okay, all my Sharpies are laying sideways. My pins are not where they're supposed to be. Unbelievable. Where are my felt tip markers?
I didn't touch any marker.
Sharpie ballpoint. That's what I was saying. All right, hold on a second, people. I have lost my markers. Oh, do you know how many times I've cleaned this room? I think I stuck them back here. See, he didn't see the ones I hid. Oh, that's not it. I did hide some. That's not it. All right. Very frustrating. But I guess we'll let it go for now. Hold on. All right. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I put them under here. Nope. Well, how's Gertrude? Oh, I I found them. I hid them from myself. That's what happens. Okay. Alrighty. So I'm just going to put a little mark of green right here so I know that this is no, this is wrong. All of this is wrong. Okay, hold on. Where's my ripper outer? Alright, that needs to go. Because hold on, I need to see this. Oh. Alright. So this is the green. All the way out here. Okay. Then this, stick that down in there. So what they did on theirs is they put a light line all the way down this to highlight, I guess, kind of the top. I don't know that that needs to be done. I think I can show that it handles without doing that. So I think I want to come back, go ahead and do a few more of the highlights. And maybe I'll take that pumpkin down that line. But I think right here, let's do a little bit. All right, and then let's just take this on out. Now we're going to take that pumpkin color on this line to highlight that bend in that arm. And since then this will be on the other side, I want it to be darker. So I think let's take a little bit of this almond right here. So all we're doing is kind of painting with wool instead of paints. That is about it. And I think right here, oh, I'm on my frame, so we're gonna not do that because we'll move this whole thing once we're done with this. I think I'm okay with the almond for right there. Let's take a little bit of this gray and just put a pop in. Thank you for checking in, Deval. I appreciate it. You were supporting the TCC, and I appreciate you. Oh, Joyful Designs. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. How are y'all today? What did you do? Hello, Crybaby Polly. How are y'all? What did you do on your stream? Hello. Well, for any of y'all that don't know, mixed media tonight. Awesome, awesome. Very cool. Well, we are working on a bunny rug. Let me show you kind of what the picture of it looks like. You can see that a little better than what's on my screen. And we basically paint with wool around here. Good morning, Mark. How are you? Thanks for the check-in. I predominantly work on rugs or rugs that are wall hangings. I do punch needle, which is what you're seeing here. And I also do traditional rug hooking that is using a hook, almost like a crochet hook. But what I do with that is I pull strips, wool felted strips up through. So punch needle, of course, is a lot like tufting, except it's manual. And I do that from the back. I don't glue mine because I'm not cutting my loops. And so our bunny, he is done, his belly and his head and ears are done in crushed velvet. So they're in a velvet. And then the rest of it I'm doing in wool. I'll show you one of my examples of my rug hooking, because that's done from the front. So it's not quite like latch hook. So latch hook has a latch and you're pulling little pieces of yarn. What I do, so let's say I was hooking this instead of punching it. I would be on the front working, and then I would take this piece of wool and it's going to hang down underneath, and I'm going to go in. I gotta find my end. I'm going to go in and I'm going to pull loops. So that's why we're called the woolly worms, is because we basically are pulling loops that make it look like a worm, a little inchworm. And so that, if I was working on the front, that's how I would be doing that. And with latch hook, it is still using yarn. It has a latch. I thought I had one in here. Oh, I don't see my latch hook because I have done that too. But this is actually, you pull loops, and as you can see, I can take my hand away and it's still hanging there. And then when I go back, I just am feeding with my thumb and finger. I'm just feeding that over my hook, and when I pull it up, then I pull it back down to the height I want it. So, and then I can easily pull that out if I need to change something. So let me show you one that I've actually done hooked. And I'll show you one that is punched. So you can feel the, so you can see the difference, because on the back it's very defined. When you flip it over on the front, it's not quite as defined. So this is what one looks like that has been punched. I haven't cleaned it yet because I'm still working on this one. This is a large 45-inch circular rug that I'm doing for my daughter's housewarming. So it hasn't been trimmed or defined, and so you can't really see the veins and everything yet because I haven't trimmed all that down. So that is what this would look like from the front side. A hooked rug is done from the front. And so this is one that I haven't finished. So you can see where on this side I have not filled this in here. So I haven't done the background. But this is what a hooked rug looks like. And so it's done with wool strips, so it should last forever. And that is what I do. Mark, I saw you were tired. Did you have a busy weekend? So those are the different types of rugs I make. I will put up, let's see if I have one that I can throw up here. I thought I had. Oh, here, let's see if we can do this, and we'll hide our hippity for a minute. And that'll just run some of the rugs I have done. You didn't sleep well? I'm so sorry. Thank you, Joyful. So what we're working on right now is our cart under his legs. And so I've just kind of, I'm popping in just a little bit of other color just to kind of make the wood grain, well, look like wood grain. And where you see these really defined areas here, they won't be so defined on the other side because they're loops, and so it'll be softer. So it'll blend a little better. This is always the really crisp side. Some people like this side better than they do the other side, and they will display theirs that way. So just depends on what you like and what you don't like. What's your style? And there's really not much difference in time. I did take the day off yesterday. I told y'all we had cleaned out a storage unit, and it was sitting in my garage. And this week is bulk trash week, so we worked in the garage, got everything out that needed to go on the curb for bulk trash. Bulk trash is the things that don't fit in your trash can. They will pick up once a month. They do a week that they pick them up. So we did that, and we got my car back in the garage. But my inside of my house kind of looks like it has exploded because we put everything down my entry that I'm going to keep in the house that I need to go through and sort and sell some stuff and that kind of thing. So we have a mess going in our house at the moment. But my schedule is always up to date if anybody ever is wondering. I do have my schedule. I stream 6 days a week, usually. I take Thursdays off just to do the back paperwork and clean back up my craft room from pulling things out all week that I just keep throwing back on the ground. And I love to explain my process, so please ask questions if you have any. I'm going to come back in with our darker brown and just start filling in. Now, when you hook or punch, the difference between it and tufting and latch hook is that I do not cut my loops. So because my loops are not cut, you can see directional. So if I am punching in a certain way, if I'm hooking in a certain line, you will see that. So here, because it's like a wood grain, right? I'm wanting it to look like a wood grain. I'm going to continue to punch in that frame. So we have recycling cans that get picked up once a week also. But as far as taking all the big bulk stuff, we would just have to take it to the dump, and you have to pay. And here you don't have to do that. They'll come pick it all up for you. And you have to have a vehicle to put it in, and blah, 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 blah. So it is much easier just to put it out once a month and let them pick that up. And then they do all of that themselves. And we don't usually have anything for bulk, but like I said, we cleaned out a storage unit, so it was a lot. So when I don't want directional hooking, when I don't want your eye drawn to this big area over here, like let's say the background in the grass, then what I'll try to do is what's called higgly-piggly, and you will go in different directions and try to not keep your lines going in a certain way. You do get where you zone out and you start doing that, and so I do some sectioning off to make sure I don't do that forget to keep going, mixing it up, so that way your eye is not drawn to the background first. It is drawn to what you want it to be drawn to. So I am in Texas, which now we've had rain the last week, but for a lot of the time we have fire bans, so we can't even burn trash. If you were out in the country, we have fire bans. So that's the other thing, because if we were out in the country, you would just burn it, right? A lot of it. So, but when it's dry here, we can't do that. I also do ultra punch, which is, or sometimes it's called Russian punch. And so it's with a much finer needle and uses embroidery floss instead of yarn. And I had one of those here, but hold on. So to me it's like cross stitch, but not as precise as cross stitch, because you use the DMC floss. And so it punches just like that. And you can see here I don't have it all filled in, so that you can see the difference in where the loops are. And the cool thing about this one is you can take your needle, and if you watch my needle length, I can take it all the way up to this height. So it can go quite a ways higher. The higher that you punch, the longer your loops are, so the more watercolory or impressionist it becomes very, well, it just becomes much softer and not as defined if your loops are longer. So that is another type of punching we do. Oh, and here's a little one that I have going. That's the back. And there's the front. So if you want really defined little punching, you can do that too. So we were talking about March Madness earlier. We did a bracket for our channel, and we have 3 of our people in the final. Florida has made it to the final along with Houston. So in our family bracket, my bonus son and my husband are going head to head, and in my bracket for Create with Candace, we have 3, although Toy Rodeo doesn't count because he doesn't get to win. And on his channel, I don't know how many he has. All right, well, thank you so much, Joyful, for the raid. I really appreciate it. I hope you have a restful night. And thank you so much. So we have 3 that picked Florida, none that picked Houston on my channels. So we will end up having to go by points to see who wins. But the final game is tonight. Awesome. And I was just checking. I am following Joyful, so we will give her a shout out later when I have more in here that are mine, because they come in a little later. So we're going to work on the cart next, and then we'll worry about finishing the handles once we move the whole thing over. Don't do a lot of bells and whistles. One, just because I just keep adding a little at a time. We do have channel point redeems. We have one that is I read a true fact. We have some that I do a lot of crafts. I do cross stitch and crochet and knit, and I do diamond painting, and I'm just gonna go across right here.
She does a lot of crafts.
Toy Rodeo says I do a lot of crafts. So it's hard to find things that I haven't done. So we found, I can't say the word, but I was told to call them ammies. So I've never made those little animals. So we have a channel point reward to make a cute little Highland cow. And as much as I've cross stitched, I've never actually done embroidery. So we've got that, and we've got what was our other one? Oh, y'all are wanting me to do that Highland cow. Thank you, Mark, for those. The other one is a mosaic glass coaster, because I've never worked with the mosaic tiles. And then we have started a loyalty store on Stream Elements. And so you get points for following, for watching, for subbing, for rating. And we will have some stream rewards and some physical rewards that we will do on there. So there are things going on, and we are adding bits at a time, but I've only been streaming since the end of October. So learning all this stuff and how to build it and how to do all that can take a little bit sometimes. Alright, so I think I'm good with the bottom of the cart and the handles. So now I think I want to do the straw first and get that straw in there before I hook the or I punch the actual color of the cart. So let's outline. So let's outline. Hey, Toy Rodeo. Oh, I thought he was right there.
Yeah.
Can you just bring me a can of soda, please?
Huh?
Can you just bring me a Dr. Pepper?
Oh, yeah.
Thank you. All right. So they kind of just squigglied this. So let's decide how we want this to be. And it looks like it is literally just hanging over. Okay, so he's standing between his two handles. So his handles come out this way, and he has put it on the ground because he was standing between the two handles and pulling them, out to his sides. And he has set the cart down, so he's still got one leg in between the two handles, and he has stepped out with the other leg. Because you would stand in between these two handles to pull the cart. Yes, like a wheelbarrow. That's exactly it. All we're going to do right here is outline this straw and just kind of make some delineation between the pieces. A second. There we go. I'm going to turn that back off and we'll put him back up there. And good morning, Cub. How are ya? Oh, that was not what I wanted to do. I got sidetracked. Thank you so much for your check-in. You know I appreciate ya. Trying to get your day started. Well, hopefully it will be a beautiful day. Can you name the capital city of Sierra Leone, which also happens to be its largest city and main port? I have no idea. We are working on our straw. I'm just trying to figure out kind of where it was nested, which I think this whole thing right here is going to be straw. So this is kind of a greenish brown. That's why I'm using it for the straw, just to kind of, give it some of that. Maybe it's not all dried. So I'm just kind of building some straw here. Some cushion for those eggs. We don't want those eggs to break. Just letting it fade out kind of back here. Like that. So that is our straw. I think we probably are almost done with that. The capital of Sierra Leone is Freetown, a major port. I had no idea. Alright, so now I'm looking for my other goldish color that I have buried somewhere around here. If y'all only saw the pile of yarn I have over here. It is a mess. So let's go ahead and fill in our straw. And so it's going to match what is up here in his basket. I know. Yeah, you should have known that. Well, I had no idea. And if y'all can see Binks, man, his little tail is going. We have fed the birds, and the sun is shining, and they are just out and about. And this is still a darker gold than these. And I think it has a little bit of a green tint, which goes well with the outlining that I did. Oh, where you going, bud? Hi, how are you? What you doing, my boy? Was I talking about you? Well, Cub, what are you having for breakfast this morning? I saw your pasta that you fixed up. Your low-carb, high-fiber pasta. I have a picture I'm going to load today. I made pasta over the weekend. Excuse me, what are you doing, baby? Sliced chicken and cheese wrap. That's good. Honey, what is it, my baby? We are just pacing. I did like your pasta submission. I saw it this morning. I guess I could do a picture of a pile of my noodles, because these are either called worms or noodles, depending on who says it. Maybe I'll have to do that. A huge pattern set that's a fridge with tons of food that goes into the fridge. Ah, that is very cool. That would just make me hungry if it was sitting around. Nope. Y'all, what am I doing? Yeah, no. Yep. Okay, so. That was the first one you made. Well, it is adorable. I don't know why my social thing is going off so often. I'm gonna have to look at that again. It either doesn't go off at all, or it goes off way too much. Oh, now see, Bray Crochet made the same pattern for her granddaughter. Now that would be cute in a little kitchen thing, wouldn't it? I didn't think of that. That would be cute. Okay. Now because I'm going to interpret that he painted his cart. And so that's why we're going to do it this pumpkin color. Because I figure not only does he sell eggs for Easter, he probably grows pumpkins. And he probably decorated his cart for that reason. The project you're working on now is stuffed Winnie the Pooh. Oh, for one of your best friend's little ones. That is awesome. I love that. And hopefully they love it and use it, and you can always make, that's what I always tell everybody, let them use it, and if they wear it out, I'll make another one, but we want them to be able to use it and have it. I hate when I make something and people don't want to touch it. They want to just display it and make it sit there. All right. She loves Pooh. Oh, that is awesome. Don't you love that you can do something like that for them? That you have the talent to do that. I love it. To me, handmade gifts are the best. All right, so I'm going to set those three over there because we may be done with those. Do y'all hear the cat chirping? He's talking. All right, so now we're going to do the cart, and I'm going to do the same thing. Assuming it's wood grained, I'm going to punch it in a direction. Whew. Sorry, Toy Rodeo just sprayed lacquer. Not in the house, but man, I can smell it.
Spray paint.
Oh, spray paint, not lacquer yet. Spray paint. Whew.
Yeah, it's too cold outside. It won't dry, so I'm gonna bring it into my box.
Oh, that's why I'm smelling it so strongly. Last summer, she told her mom, can you make me a fox wearing a hat? She said, I can, but I have a lot of other things to do first. The little one then said, ask Uncle Cub to make it for me. Oh, so you did. And she got it for Christmas, but with 4 different hats that she can switch out. Oh, that is so cute. That is great. And you know, those are things that even like right now, she may not think twice about it, but those will be memories she cherishes. That is awesome. I used to scrapbook a ton, and we were cleaning out my garage this weekend, and so for the longest time I was the only child, the only grandchild on both sides, because my parents are both only children. I have no aunts and uncles or first cousins. She knows who. She's smart, yeah. She's got it down. Just ask Uncle Cub. He'll do it for me. Or she knows who she has tied around her little finger. But, so I was the only child, the only grandchild on both sides for a very long time, for 9 years almost. And then my brother came along. We won't talk about that. He ruined everything. But, so then, as my grandparents passed away, and I was talking to my mom, I was like, Mom, I know there's triplicates of all these pictures, so can I not have a set of, somebody's pictures? Well, she ended up telling me to come get boxes and boxes and bags, and she had given me all the pictures, so I had like triplicates of things. So I made my brother an album of his life, and so I had a lot of pictures that he didn't remember that my grandparents had. So now I separated them a long time ago and put them in containers, and I did my brothers and I did my daughters, but I haven't ever done anything with mine or like my grandparents, my great grandparents. I mean, I have pictures way back. So that's what we were going through this weekend, and I have a beautiful velvet skirt, a 50s that my mother wore, that I wore in a play, because we were doing a 50s play, and I wore her actual skirt, wore my dad's class ring around my neck, and I still have that skirt. And so we were just, you go through all this stuff that you have, right? And there's so many stories, and in fact, I found it's my baby crib blanket and pillow was in that same container with my mom's skirt. And you're like, okay, what do I do with all this stuff? And I have one child, so you just look at it and go, okay, she has so when I used to scrapbook, I would make her a school year album. So she has her kindergarten and first grade and second, I think elementary school, she probably had one album for all of elementary. But then junior high, she may have had one album for junior high, but then her freshman year, her sophomore year, her junior year, her senior year, because she was into so many things, she had an album for each year. And then I have a yearly album that I did that repeated, not in as big a layout, but what we did over the year. And we went to every football game, and we went to every competition and everything. We never missed anything. And it's like, what do I do with all these things? Because unless she has children, nobody's going to care about this stuff. So I'm trying to weed out where she doesn't have as much to go through, because I know what I'm dealing with my 82-year-old mother, and she is a pack rat. And I'm like, Mom, can't we throw this away? No. And then she doesn't shred anything, but she keeps making me boxes of shredding stuff. And she said, oh, you're going to have so much to shred when I'm gone. And I said, I'm throwing it away. You'll be gone, and your social security number won't matter, and I'm chunking it. I'm not shredding all this stuff. And she was horrified. She was like, but Candace. I'm like, no, you'll be gone. It won't matter. I'm chunking it. I am not shredding all this stuff. Yeah, and it's a lot. I know, and like the things she keeps. Like I opened a wicker basket that she had a plant sitting on, and she was using it just for the height for the plant. I opened up the wicker basket, and there were like paper plates and I mean just not nice, not like we'll use those when we entertain, not like that. I mean just paper plates and loose napkins, and I'm like, Mom, what are you doing with this stuff? Throw it away. It was in her bedroom. I'm like, what in the world? She's like, I know, I'm sorry, you're gonna have so much to go through. I'm like, can't we do some of that now? She still has, and I am not exaggerating. So my mother was a buyer and had a chain of dress shops or boutiques when I was in high school and college, and she still has clothes with tags on it from the 80s. I am not exaggerating. I'm like, Mom, seriously. And she broke her did she break her ankle or her heel years ago? And so they've always told her she can't wear high-heeled shoes since then. There are still hundreds of pairs of high-heeled shoes in her closet. I'm like, Mom, we can get rid of these. No, we can't. I said, you'll never wear them again. Well, but, you just never know. So I'm trying not to be that person with my child. And I'm trying to go through things and get rid of stuff. I can, yeah. Yeah. Oh, well, my mother's very elegant. But she is something. But yeah, she, and we were the same size, so I'm like, Mom, these are cute. Can I have these? No, I might need them. Cracks me up. But it will be a lot of work when she does go. I mean, she has porcelain doll collections. She has all kinds of things. And so do I. I'm trying to get rid of some stuff. But those memories, those, things like the Pooh Bear and the things with the hat and fabric and sewing, yeah. I did tell my daughter, okay, if something happened to me, just let so-and-so have all this stuff and she can do with what she wants. She can distribute it, she can sell it, she can do whatever, but just give it all to her. Because Brianna is not a knitter crocheter. Or a rug. She likes being the benefactor of my maid stuff, but she don't want to have to learn to do it. But I think again, that was that mindset of having parents that lived through the Depression, right? It's residual. Yeah, I opened a box yesterday. I have a 1950s sewing basket in a box that I'd used to put in one of my guest rooms. So it's like, I need to just sell it. And then I thought, can I incorporate it somewhere in my craft room? And then I thought, no, don't do that. Alright, I think I am liking the pumpkin color. That's how your grandmother was when she was born in 1918. Yeah, and when I was a kid, Mom would on occasion have my grandmother go through some things to get it out of her house. After she passed, there was a ton of junk. Also, when we were kids and we would go visit her, an hour drive away, when we left, she would send us home with all kinds of food every time. It was like a 5-pound bag of sugar and a half-gallon of ice cream. Well, Mom refused the ice cream since it would have melted. Also, my grandmother shouldn't have had the sugar or ice cream in her house. She was diabetic. Yeah, that was my grandfather. He was diabetic, and there was hard candy all in his den, as he would call it, his TV room. My grandfather was a character, and he didn't make it past the 8th grade, but was so smart, and he wanted to be a forest ranger, and he lied about his age for so long that he honestly did not know how old he was. And he hated his name, and so he would not go by his name, and he would threaten every kid that knew what his real name was when he went to school not to tell what his real name was. He would threaten to beat him up. He was a little bitty thing. He was a stinker. And his name was Festus Garland. She went without when she was a kid. Yeah, grew up in the mountains of North Carolina. So if she had the means, she would make sure that her kids and grandkids had stuff. Absolutely. And there, it's just a it's a fear, right? I mean, they cannot help it. And really, well, he was born in Arkansas, but his name was Festus Garland. He hated Festus. Oh my gosh, he hated that name. And so back then, they didn't have to have birth certificates or anything like that to go to school. So he just told his teachers he was Billy, and he threatened everybody that knew he wasn't Billy to that he would beat them up if they told the truth. So then, of course, World War II happened, and he ended up in the military, but he would not answer to Festus. And he kept telling them, no, my name's Billy. And they were like, that is not your name, and you can't go by that. And he's like, I'm not answering to that. I go by Billy. And the government actually, the military actually paid to have his name legally changed to Billy Garland because he refused to answer to anything else. But he would run away from home, and he was 12 years old, and he lied about his age so that he could. He wanted to be a forest ranger, and then they found out his age, and he was something. But he really did lie about his age so long that he would look at us and go, "How old am I?" I mean, he really could not remember. He was a mess. But he was the same way, right? He grew up in the Depression, and he, as he got older and could have things, he still wouldn't let go of little scraps of paper, just so he could write his name on it and all kinds of things. All right, I am going to pour me a drink real quick. Toy Rodeo brought me one, but I forgot. Okay. Much better. So what color do you think we should do the wheel? I am liking that color, and I think it's going to look really good when we pop it. The cat keeps moving my light, doesn't he? Can't even see the little eggs. And see, we've got handles back here too that we'll have to do. Although I'm not sure they're handles. I think it's... Well, we're going to have to look at it. Alright, I'm going to put a little bit right here. I'm liking the orange. And I think with the colors of the eggs right above it, it'll look good. I'm trying to decide what color to do the wheel. I'm wondering if I shouldn't do maybe some grays. I mean, there would too, but man, there's a lot of browns in this thing. We are chirping away over here. Oh, come on. That one was stuck. now we'll go around this straw. So it was International Punch Needle Day on Saturday. And so we worked on this then. So we were right with celebrating. I am going to go this way first. Let's do this. Alright, we're on our last two little pieces. Of the cart, and then we can go back to doing some colorful eggs again. That will be fun. Get some pops of color going. Whoops, I hit the camera. Alright, I'm gonna go back right here because I see some spots that we need to fill in real quick. And then we need to talk about, I guess we'll do the eggs first because I can't make a decision on the wheel. And it's on my frame over here anyway, so we can't do the whole thing. But we can do the eggs. So let's think about the eggs. Alright, so these would be probably a little darker because they are under his legs. These should have some shading to them. So let's think about that a minute. We have some of our colors that we were playing with. I think this one is too dark right here, and we're gonna have to take that back out. But I'm not sure what to do with it yet, so let's leave it. But I think I'm looking for my colors here. Let's see, what are my favorite ones? Let's look at that, because we need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but that one may need to just be kind of all light. Right, so we like this one for one of these. And we like, oh, you know what? I did not get to use, goodness gracious, what happened here? It just keeps going and going and going. We like that color. And maybe we do this one. But what I did not get to use was this color. I didn't use this earlier. So let's use this one for one of these down under here. Actually, let's go ahead. That one is cut. Alright. Let's take this white and let's go ahead and do our highlights. And I'm even going to do just a little bit, like right here, just teeny tiny. That's all I want. let's do this. So the sun has been coming this way. That's what we're working with. So this one can be much bigger. Same thing here. All right. Since this is a good size one, we're going to put a nice big highlight right there. This one's just going to have a little dot, and I'm going to do it right at the top. Right there. And one more. Okay. So this one I did not use up here, but I want to use it. So let's do that in this darker area here. And I'm going to leave this all one color since it's under here. So then, this one that I think is too dark, no, not that one. Where is that other one? Oh, I have so many colors. So many colors. Okay. This one that I think is too dark for the top. What do you see? What do you see, bud? He is very active today, isn't he? Okay, he thinks it's a different window. It's the same window, bud. Same window. All right. So let's think. Okay. So let's look at these. Okay. Hi, how are you? You're knocking over every one of my lights, huh? So there would be very little shadow, I would think, on this side. All right. Give me just 5 seconds to change one thing. Okay. Capitol Hill's Mystery Soda Machine in Seattle was famous for vending rare drinks with unknown operators. Disappearing in 2018 with a note left behind saying went for a walk. Wow. Alright, so we've got that one done. And let's do hi bud, how are you? All right, so So right here, we're not going to have much of a shadow, just right here as we're sitting in the thing. So we're probably just going to do this just a very thin line. Hold on. What I'm going to do under here is I'm going to hold this other color back so I don't punch into it, since I'm just trying to get really close to this corner right here. Why are you not doing that now? Okay, so that's all I want right there. It's just that little bit of darker. And then we'll go with our lighter here for most of that egg. Okay, come on, you can come through here. There we go. Okay, and then oh, and here comes Bish. Hello, hello, my lovelies. How are y'all? Hello. I know what you were doing because I'm now watching myself from your channel. I am well. I saw you cleaning on one of your mats. Hey Lunar, how are ya? Well, welcome in, y'all. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. Hope everyone is doing well today. We are making some progress on our Hippity Hop rug. You didn't get much done. Were you mostly talking? I saw you talking. That's good. And I saw you're the happiest person in the world. Thank you. The lighter and yeah, I think the shading worked. I didn't shade these right under his leg.
You're welcome.
Aw, thank you, Pika Cools, for the follow. I appreciate it. How are you today? I saw you in Biz's stream. So, yeah, I'm just, right. So I did put just a little bit of highlight to just not make him look like a little blob. But wow, that music gets louder, doesn't it? Sometimes some of those songs get a little loud. Yeah, so I'm happy with the cart. I think the cart looks great in that orangey color. And I put some just little colors in kind of for the wood. few pops of gray and a few pop of almond on the bottom one, because what I'm assuming is these are not painted in my head. These are not painted. They're stained, and then he painted his little cart. Because I think he probably in the fall delivers pumpkins. That's my idea. So I'm going with that story. So Bish was in here on Saturday when we were working on the eggs in the basket. And so we were talking about how to make them pop. And did I do designs on them or do I just highlight them? And so that's what we decided to do. So we are just moving on. Now I'm trying to decide. We have so many browns going on in this thing that I'm trying to decide what to do the wheels in now. Because of course they would be wood too, right? Yeah, see? You might be biased since pumpkin is in your name, but yeah, I think he does pumpkins in the fall. So we did a pumpkin color here to match his pumpkins in the fall. And I was going to do some really bright colors like I did in my flower power rug, but I thought that might be a little too much. I did pull the lime from that rug, and I am using the blue from it, but other than that I tried to stay away from those colors just because they are so bright. So, and just so you know, if you're seeing the cat cam, he has feed in his bird feeder, so he could very well jump at any second because the birds are all over the place. So I think I'm just kind of repeating some of the colors. I did use a couple of colors in the bottom that I didn't use up here, just because I like those colors. So that is where we're at. There's so much brown that I'm thinking the wheel maybe we should do in grays. I did put little pops of gray in the handles just to maybe tie it in if we need to. But let me move all my yarn so y'all can kind of see, because we didn't have the basket done on my picture there. So there is our basket. So that is where we are at. And I went and looked at Artsy's wrist on her. In fact, I still have her website pulled up. They are so cute too. Oh, he's hanging he's actually on the screen hanging there. I am surprised Binks hasn't just gone through the window there. Oh, well, I said that and then. Okay. Hold on, I have to find my phone and take a picture real quick because this is adorable. Oh, he went away. Alright, well I have my pictures up and ready for the next time he has one hanging on the screen. So did you solve the world's problems today in your chat, Biz? Since you didn't get much done. Did you give them a tour of your patio all fixed up? I am going to put the darker blue right here because we're nestled in the straw right there. Just yapping. You should have though, yeah. Alright, something for next stream. Well, I'm just doing a little bit of highlighting since these should be right in the sun. So just right where they're laying in that hay. So at least y'all came in when I'm doing some of the pretty coloring instead of just the boring browns. But we're trying to mix it up and do a little bit of boring and a little bit of bright and a little bit of boring and a little bit of bright, so that I don't just put this away and not finish it. Do y'all have that problem? So we did get a shout out for Biz when he came in. You have a few things. Well, see, that is my philosophy, is you need to have more than one craft, right? I have lots of crafts, and then if I put one in time out, then I have plenty to go choose from. Thank you, Biz. You're so sweet. That is teamwork. So yeah, so I think that should be everybody's rule. Have more than one project going so that when you have to put one in time out, you have something else to choose from. At least that makes me feel better about, my socks that are still on my needles after a year knitted, and then I've got two mosaic crochet blankets sitting over there that are partially done, and a diamond painting, a really big diamond painting that I have rolled up and sitting over there, and makes me feel better. Good morning, Portia. How are you? So if y'all don't know, on my channel we have done March Madness brackets, and we have 3 people that pick Florida, which Florida and Houston are in the final tonight playing, and Portia picked Florida, so she is one of the 3 in the lead. Alright, I want to do this lilac, but I'm thinking I may just do it. I'm probably going to have to put some highlight in there. I didn't want to, but I think I'm going to have to. And I may need to take the lighter down right here so that this dark blue doesn't look quite so funny, like a leg off of it by itself. So that it's like you can see the whole thing. So I always do something and then I'll look in my monitor, because that gives me a whole different perspective, right? Because my camera's right on top where I'm looking at it from this way. So I'm thinking we may need to come down with the light blue right here. Because the egg looks a little funky. Then we still have 2 to do. So I need a darker purple for this one. Let's do that. think I'm going to do that one right here. Trying to decide. Is his little bandana kerchief thingy. Do I do dark right here? Okay. Have great dinner. I always tease him because I asked last time what he was having and he said fries. I said, I hope you're doing more than fries. So I usually tell him to eat something healthy. Thank you so much for the raid, Biz, and we will talk to you later. Okay, good. Or put it in my Discord so I can see that it's not just fries. I'm like, you're having a meat or something, right? I mean, I could live on fries, but it's probably not the healthiest. Although, I don't know. You think you could live on something until you have it all the time and it's all you have. Then that would be boring. Alright, so I had already gone through and done some pops, just some little blobs of white, just to kind of, you know, how you highlight with a balloon. So I figured the eggs would have a little shiny spot on them. So I just put a little bit of white in them just to give them a little more dimension. Alright, and we just have one more egg to go. And I think I want to use I'm gonna see how close is this one to this one. Oh, I may do that. Alright, normally I use the darker green with this lime that I'm getting ready to use, but I think I'll use this because I don't want that much of a difference. Now, I do love fall, and I do roast my own pumpkins in the fall to make my own puree for my pumpkin pies. So that's why I thought, I bet he sells pumpkins in the fall. Alright, so we're going to go with that there, and then we're going to need all these greens again for bushes and trees and all of that. I'm going to go with this lime. I love this lime. Just to give us that other little pop down here on our eggs. And what I did this time was I did the white right up against the red. So we'll go underneath that. My chat cracks me up. They get so quiet when other people come in. All right, I do think we need to fix this one right here. So let's pull this one up. We've got it. Does not want to come up right there. So let's get this side to at least pop it out, and then maybe we can pull that. All right, we'll take that off. Stranger danger. I know, I'm telling you, they've been raised with a little stranger danger. It just makes me laugh. All right, oh, are you out of treats, bud? Okay, hold on, I'll get you some. Checking in, world class hooker. How are you, classy? Here comes Peter Cottontail. He's velvety. Velvety. Oh, okay, Binks. Binks is knocking over all my stuff. We are velvety. Classy, I hope your day has been going well. I'm trying to see what I think of this. I may have to put straw in here and not do the egg at all. Although that does look a little better. I think that will work. The other was bad. I think that looks better having the lighter blue right there. Looks a little more like an egg, not just cut off weird. So I think I'm happy with that. Now we have the front handle still, and then we have this back. And on the wheel, I guess we can do it the same color as we're doing the handle. If we need to, ugh. So let's do this. So let's get out a really dark brown. And let's get out a lighter brown. Okay, and so maybe what we do is we take, Lunar, I think hopefully you're out of ads now. If we take this darker brown and do this outline and maybe just these outlines here. Then we could use our lighter brown, and maybe our dark brown is the spokes. But they don't have these spokes drawn right, so let's look at that. That is why I always keep a blue marker, and that is Toy Rodeo walking around shaking paint thingies. So if this was the whole wheel, you wouldn't have your hub there. Your hub would be about right here. So let's just go off of that and say our spokes are here. And then we should have spokes that go here. And then maybe spokes that go here. And let's say if we had spokes go here, and then spokes go here. And then maybe a spoke right here. I think that will look better. Okay, you're back. Yay. So I think we need to change the spokes. The hub would be here. I think we need these going this way, this way, this way, and this way. And if we did the dark brown in the spokes, outline the whole thing in the dark brown, then we could take our almond color, this color that's the same one in our basket, and do the actual wheel that color, and that wouldn't make it quite so dark as this, and would give us some change. What do y'all think? Tell me if I'm wrong. I definitely know we need to change our spokes. So let's go back to our brown. And if we don't like it, we can take it out, right? That's the rule. We can try it, and if we don't like it, I am going to hit my frame though. So let's do this. We have a whole bunch under here that needs to be trimmed. Let's take it off, trim it up real quick, and then we will move it over to where we can work on our wheel. So I am going to stand up to do that. And for y'all that haven't seen our bunny from the right side, I still need to fix his face a little bit. We've got some nose definition to do. But here he is from the right side. He hasn't been cleaned up or carved. I'm just going to take these off because when I start moving it, they get stuck in my frame and they make my loops pull out. My loops usually don't pull out unless it catches one of these things. So we will just clean these up real quick. So see, you're not really seeing You're just seeing little pops. You can't see. Little, you still can't see. Hold on. Just tiny pops of the gray and the beige, just to give it a little bit of movement. And right now those eggs look like a blob, don't they? They will look better later, but they definitely look like a blob. Thank you so much. A lot of it looks like just little blobs, but it will, when we actually clean it up, it will look really good. But I think it's going to be cute. So we're just trimming him up so that we can flip it back over and do the wheel. I'm not sure that you can really tell that that is straw, but we may have to do something to define that a little more. Let's put him back on our frame now, and I'm going to move him over quite a bit so we can work on the wheel. So we're just going to move him down a little bit. Throw this back on so that we don't bleed. Okay, and now y'all should be able to see the wheel. And we'll be playing with all kinds of browns and greens for the ground. Maybe we do, there is a sidewalk up at the top. Maybe we make this more like a driveway or a road or a sidewalk path. I don't know. We will see. But for right now, let's just do this. So I'm going to just trace this around once. well, I say that. I'm going to go around the outside. I'm not worrying about going over this one twice because I will be coloring it in right here on this, with this color on the edge for the kind of the highlight or the dark low light. So the biggest thing is just making sure our tire is round. Round is my worst. That is my least favorite thing to do, is rounds. Especially when it is divided by something else. It is hard to do those rounds. Are you coming back to your camera there, bud? Huh? So we are going to have lighter and darker here. And then as it goes down to here, it goes to nothing. So I am going to double punch this piece right here. Oh, I lost my scissors. I would put them where they belong. All right, so we're gonna fill this in, but I'm gonna go ahead and let's just do our other outlines. And this one I am going to go over twice. Same with this one. Alright, so we have that one done. Now let's go ahead and do our inside of the wheel right here. Another reason we don't want to do this color in, or this wheel all in this color, is because then it doesn't show where this ends really. It would just look like it's attached to the wheel. But since we're only doing this little, okay, stop. Since we're only doing this little outline, I'm going to go ahead, since we are doing this spoke right here, I went ahead and did that little corner. And then let's go ahead and do these spokes. See what we think of them, if I put them in the right places. Can come in with an even darker color and just put a line between the spoke and the cart. I can come in with one darker line if I need to delineate between the two if it looks like they're running together. If your eye doesn't decipher that correctly. And then we'll do this one. So and of course this will all be some kind of green in the spokes because that'll be the grass, right? So we'll have that in between there. Because otherwise that right there looks like a big blob. But let's take our green and we'll just say this will be green, 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 so that we have an idea. Okay, and then Candace and Toy Rodeo are fine. Toy Rodeo's been stealing stuff out of my office all day. He stole my ladder, then he stole some pens and some office supplies. He has been a pest, but now he's been working on Etsy orders, so he's been kind of quiet. I have a feeling he's in there gaming and not doing what he's supposed to be doing. I know, again with the ladder, I'm telling you. But he's been quiet, so there's no telling what he's up to at the moment. Alright, I am just checking to make sure I did not throw my other almond over there, so. I went and got the ladder back.
I'm just busy working on your Etsy orders.
Uh-oh, here he comes. We said his name too many times. Classy said, again with the ladder. Oh, you know what we didn't do? Bad. I got distracted. He's like Beetlejuice. I know, don't say his name 3 times. Ooh, if I say it 3 times, will he go away? I'm kidding. We like Toy Rodeo. He's alright. We'll let him stay around. He can be handy. I don't think he can hear us because he's got his coffee going. And he's trying to steal the cat again. That's the other problem. The ladder and the cat. Bud, we have birds. There's birds at the bird feeder. Come see me instead. Because we're not competitive at all in this house. Uh-oh, I'm attached. Hold on. So did you dye your hair your classy pink? Or is it a fuchsia? Or are you changing to something else? Toy Rodeo, are you listening to me? He's outside. Bright red. It is a hard color to keep. I used to have mine, I did copper, a really pretty copper. That was my color before I went normal, natural. But I love that color. The problem is, it wasn't that it faded as much as it was that I was so solid gray that growing it out, I would every 2 weeks I'd have to color it. And I just got to where that was more than I wanted to do. Oh, thanks. Oh, you made a new one today? I saw on your Discord the one she was wearing the other day eating. Classy says you're like Beetlejuice. You show up when we say your name too many times.
Yep. You guys should stop talking about me.
Well, then stop stealing my ladder.
Whatever. Stop needing to climb up things.
I have to climb up things. I only have so much room, and you stole my other bookcase.
But we were cute when we were young.
Here.
And skinny.
I will show them when we're in a commercial.
Other commercial.
Classy said she's getting me my own ladder and it'll have my name on it.
Awesome.
And then you can't
Actually,
take
this one already has your name on it. Danger.
danger. We're going to bolt it to the wall. So if you haven't heard, I got rid of a storage unit last month. I talked my kids into helping me before they moved. And we threw it all in my garage because I needed to go through it, and it wasn't bulk trash week yet. We had to have bulk trash week. So my car hasn't been able to go in the garage. So this is bulk trash week. So we were cleaning out the garage so we could get my car back in it. And we had to bring a bunch of tubs in the house that I need to go through. Hello, Ramen Bucket. How are ya? Thank you for making me check my posture because I am leaning way over my frame and I need to set up. I could probably put my chin on my frame. I lean over so badly. Now I do have my own, I don't have a padlock on it. Oh, good. Well, thanks for jumping in. We appreciate it. I do have my own toolkit with my own hammer and screwdrivers and that kind of thing. But I find him in it all the time. He says I don't use my tools correctly. Whatever, I do too. I use them exactly as I need them. But we were going through storage, or we got everything out of storage. So then we brought a bunch of boxes in the house because I need to go through them, which is mostly just pictures. Lots of memorabilia that I'm trying to get rid of and not be that person. And we came across an album that we had done for his grandmother for Mother's Day one year, and it had a poem in it that ran through the whole album, and then I put different pictures in. And so there's one of our wedding that Toy Rodeo was just looking at. And I have this really cool, well, it's not a cool frame, but it was my grandmother's frame. And so, I'm going to redo it. So my grandmother had this frame in her house my whole life. And it had my parents' wedding pictures in it. And it wasn't until after my daughter's wedding that I realized, I mean, I knew so my parents married in August. and they were married 53 years when my dad died. And Toy Rodeo and I met and married in August, 2 years apart. And we've been married, well, it'll be 30 this year. And then my daughter and her husband met in August. And so they continued the tradition and got married in August. But it wasn't until I was looking at my mom's, or this frame, I found it, I woke up with this picture in my head I had of that frame, and I thought, I wonder where that picture is. I think I know. And I went right to it. I mean, it was right there. So I pulled this frame out, and I thought, how cool would it be? Because what I realized was, not only did we all get married in August, but my mother's dress was sleeveless, my dress was sleeveless, and my daughter's dress was sleeveless. And we have black and white photos. Of course, my parents, it was black and white back then. And we did a black and white of my daughter and her husband on the balcony when he first saw her. And then we're going to scan one of my wedding photos and change it to black and white. And then I'm going to put them all, I'll show you the frame. I'm going to repaint it. And then I'm going to put I'll probably do it on stream. But this is my mom and dad when they got married, and my great-grandparents at the bottom. But so it has 4 things in it. So I'm going to keep this one of my mom and dad. She's sleeveless. And then let's see if I can find it fast. Oh, let's see. Wedding. Do you know how many pictures are in my phone? Okay, so then we have this picture of my daughter and her husband, which was, she was sleeveless. We have that black and white. And so then we're going to take this picture, or a picture, I haven't found a picture, but this happened to be in his grandmother's thing. I need one that goes landscape, not vertical, or not portrait. And then that is us when we got married 1,000,000 years ago, and we're thin and young. And we're going to take that, and I'm going to put all of those in this frame so that there's all 3 generations, and then a poem in the bottom. And that will be 1,000,000 years ago. It was literally 1,000,000. So, so then I'll have my parents here, us here, Brianna and Spencer here. Oh, well, happy anniversary. Was he home for it? And then on the bottom one, I'm going to put some kind of poem about August weddings. And I'm going to redo this, and I'm going to resand it and repaint it. But this, so my parents got married in 58, right? 58? 68, 78, 88, 98, 18. So this frame is almost 70 years old. Nope, he's not home, so you'll celebrate later. So I'm going to redo that frame. It was my grandmother's frame. It will have 3 generations of August weddings in it. All 3 of us had sleeveless dresses. It was very interesting. We didn't realize that until after the fact. So I'm going to redo that, and that will be cool. So it's my grandmother's frame. So that's 4 generations. My parents' pictures, our picture, and Brianna's. So how cool is that? And then Brianna can choose to throw it away if she wants to when she's older. But I am going to hang it. And my mom doesn't know that I'm going to redo it. You're thinking about hiring a sitter and renting a couple Harleys to tour the other side of the island, but you don't even have boots anymore. And Mark, you've been with Jane 23 years. Very cool. I'm sure you can rent the boots and helmet along with the Harleys, probably, right? I bet they do that now. Or at least the helmets, I guess. Yeah, maybe the helmet, maybe not the boots. That'd be like a skating rink, right? Well, you need to do something. Doesn't have to be big, but you need to do something. A lot of people don't make it to 10, so celebrate that. Okay, go stick your head under the faucet. All right, so there is the wheel. And I think that's okay. I think that's going to look good. And when we get our greens in here, we'll probably put lighter green right in there just to make that pop a little better. And up here. So this is kind of drawn weird. Because you would almost think it's another handle where you could push instead of pull, the way it's drawn. I think it's supposed to be more of a seat. So it's like more of a back. And I think what they did was they kind of tried to draw in some of the highlighting stuff. So I think I'm thinking about this for a second. I think I'm going to do what I did here, in this back. And I think I may come down and make it more like slats, and then the orange here. Although, let's think about this. If he was letting an animal pull this cart and he was sitting back here, maybe we should do it a little more elegant and make a little tuft, make it look almost like a tuft seat with buttons. What do y'all think? I think I'm going to come back in with the dark brown. Let's do that first. Oh, right here. All right. Sorry, I'm taking a drink. Trying to move things off of my area. Hold on, because now we've piled up the albums and all kinds of things. And I've got yarn now that I've been throwing over here. So see, the original picture, it's even cut off. You don't even see the wheel. But you can see this is highlighted in a lighter color, and then it looks like there is a cushion there. So let me see if I can get it up here where y'all can see it. So it looks like, to me, it looks like a pillow. So I think I'm going to at least get the outline done here. Because it wouldn't make sense that you would have handles that you could pull or push on this, probably. Because these handles would be dragging. So I think now we could do a different color. What I was thinking is, okay, there is a really pretty, I don't know where it went. Hold on, we'll look in a minute. because I think what this is I think we've got because I think what they did, I'll show you here in a second. Okay, stop. You're fighting me. Alright, hold on. Let's do this. Let's go back once. Although, I think we're going to color that this color, but we'll see. So, let me come back down this way, because now we'll have pretty sure we'll color it this color, but just in case, let's just do that. So then I think what this is, I think this is the cushion, and what they did was they kind of put where your highlights should be. But I'm thinking I might slat it and then make little button areas. So this would be the back, and then this whole thing would be like your padded area. Whew, I am freezing. So I'm thinking if we took this and drew lines, but then maybe with some like button looking things, it would be a little tufted. And I mean, look how fancy he's dressed. He must have a fancy cart. I think he has to have a fancy cart. I would like to find a color that would accent this. Hold on, I'm going up on my ladder for a minute. Oh. See, I'm wondering if one of these will work. Okay, so these would probably make a very pretty, where's my pumpkin? Color to go with that cart. This has some of that same color in it and some gold. You can see that flaking. I don't know if you can see that. Come on, focus. There we go. Do you see the different colors in there? I think that would be pretty. This one wouldn't be bad, but I really like this. So you can see that good. Yeah, it's got some reds in it. It's got a few greens. It's got a little gold, a little orangey. So I think that would be pretty up against all of this. And it's not too far off from that brown. But then what I think we do, now, again, I'm just playing with this, and we could rip it all back out if we don't like it. I'm pretty sure this I'm going to do like I did down here, because that's all that is. And then this would be sitting inside it. So what I'm wondering is, do we then make this look like a trim around the top, and then start coming in down here. And if we go back like this, let's say, what if here, kind of go around like this. This will be a heck to rip out if we decide we don't like it, because I'm punching back into the yarn that's already there. And I don't think we need that many. And I'm going to do the circles when I come back. Whoops. Okay, I'm fighting colors here. Now what would be really fun is then on the other side to actually put buttons in these spots. And we could do that at the end if we decided we liked this look. So I think I'm going to go over one more. Alright, so I'm going to cut that off right there. All right. So let's just see what this looks like. I'm just trying to break up all these browns. There are so many browns. Now we could have done this in a green, but we're going to have a lot of greens for the grass and the trees, bushes. So are you trying to mess with my stuff, or are you out of treats again? You're out of treats? Okay, hold on. Let me get you some. Hold on. There you go. There you go. You're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome. You see those birds? Look at all the birds down there. That would have been a shock. The puppy's helping. DJ Sparta. Oh wow. What, bud? Are you trying to get him? Okay. I'm hoping on the front side you can see the difference in these two colors, because right here it is hard to see. But these do have a different color that it's picking up. So hopefully. Now, if this doesn't pop the way I want it to, I think I really am going to put buttons. I'm going to have to take a new picture, aren't I? Because I've gotten a lot done on this since our little bunny. Okay, what's going on here? We're attached. I think that works. So, which is good because that's all I had left. So let's go back now. Actually, I think I want to go. I said I was done with these colors, but oh no, I haven't moved them over yet. Okay, so I'm still going to just put a couple of splashes. You know what, I'm going to go right here. Let's just do, I have to lean way down to get this one. All right, and let's do one more of those. Maybe right in here. All right. So let's do a little splash of the gray. Binks is not getting any sleep today. Him's busy. And I filled my bird feeder this morning and it is down to half. And I think, let's just start here. All right. I think he needed a very elegant seat. right. Alright, so we are on to the last part. Now you can tell the difference really well in the colors because this has so much red in it, which I think is great up against here. I don't know that y'all can see that from the monitor colors, but and by doing the directional hooking, that helps us to turn it too. Ouch. All right. So let's start back here. You hear me hitting my frame. It's in this right at the center of where. All right. I think I'm good with that. I think I like that. I think it gives shows a little cushiony thing. So, what are you doing, bud? I am going to let's take this off, trim up this area, and that way let's move it over so we can do the front handles. So let's just trim this up real quick. Okay. So Binks's camera is kind of hiding that. We may move one of these and thin this line out. I know there will be grass in between here, but that may be a little too thick. But I think that is working. I like it. So let's now take this and we're going to flip him around. And we're going to move it all this direction. Maybe.
Before I cut back through these, you'll need to look at them.
Okay.
They're all lacquered and sprayed and everything.
Okay. All right. Did you see my seed I did for him? Well, he didn't answer us, did he, bud? He popped in and left. All right. Whoops. Okay. So now we want to finish these handles. Oh, and you know what? I wasn't thinking. Right here. just pulling because I forgot and went across there and I shouldn't have gone across there. So I just cut that one a little bit. Alright, so we're still on this darker color. So let's go ahead and do our outlining. Don't you forget about me. Were they a one-hit wonder? I can't think of another song they did. Were they a one-hit wonder? Okay. Oh, so I had more than the one. Then don't you forget about me. Because I can't think of any other ones at the moment. Alright, luckily I do have another skein of this color, so yay us. neither one of those. I'm sure if I heard them, but neither one of those do I hear in my head when I read the words. See, you learn something new every day. Because I either have the 70s or 80s station on when I'm in my car. Alright, I have these handles outlined now. I am going to go ahead and take that out of my thing and put in some highlights, and then we will come back to that color. I may stop right there. Oh, I shouldn't have done that. Oh well, we'll go back here and do it again. I should have gone back. To make it thicker. I was thinking about the next color and what I was going to do with the handles. And forgot what I was doing. Okay. So let's take our almond. We're going to do it next. I'm just thinking about this for a minute. Okay, oh, I did not mean to do that. So, we're going to leave this one darker. I may put a little pop of gray, but I'm not going to put So I'm going to put some splashes of gray. It's alright, bud. It's okay. Daddy. Toy Rodeo, say something to him.
Why?
Because he's freaking out.
Nope. Can you just come check it out?
Now what are you looking for?
None yet?
Uh-huh.
I wanted you to know I'd tell you, huh, bud? Huh, bud? Oh, boy.
Okay. So that takes care of that one. So let's just finish these off. Okay, come on. If you have to fight it and you can't get it through there, then just grab a threader. Okay, seriously. So I'm just trying to get these handles done. And I'm continuing to go straight up and down to give us that directional punching. And we should be done with this handle. We'll move on to the next one. All right. So that back handle is done. And then I will take a picture of this so that we have a new picture up on the screen for tomorrow. Oh, I have doves landing on the windowsill. I was trying to see if y'all could see them, but I think the glare is too much. you're just about there. Okay, stop. All right. I am not sure I like that. I think oops. All right, so let me take this one out over here. I think I like that a little better. There we go. All right. I think I like that a little better than I do the lighter handles. Although that one still looks like a hoof to me, and we may have to fix that. So let's see. Oh, you know what? Let's see what she's doing. Well, let's go. Hold on. Just a second. All right, let's go raid someone. Why don't we go raid someone that's usually in here? I turned off my music so that we can hear when we go in. Let's see. Hold on. All right, give me just a minute. We're working through a commercial break with her. And as soon as we are through that break, then we can go in there. So hang with me just a minute. Okay, and her break is over. So, let's go raid. Oops, I gotta type it in, right? Alright, so let's go raid 3 Marie. Thank you so much for Biz and Joyful for the raids. Thank you Topeka for the follow, and thank you Roman for the posture check. Thank you Mark for all the information on things I did not know. And I hope to see y'all all tomorrow morning, and we'll continue on with our bunny. We'll start working on the background. We'll get a good picture up there. Bye.
She's got a needle in her hand and a spark in her eye, streaming her world where the threads fly high, punching and